Check 1, 2, mic check, pirates to the platform. Mic check, 1, 2, powerlifting. Ladies and gentlemen, just about ready to get started here at the 2025 Pirates of the Platform powerlifting meet here in Lethbridge, Alberta, put on by WRPF, World Record Powerlifting Federation here, by CJ and the crew here. So thanks for tuning in. Before we get started, I want to give a shout out to all the sponsors here today for the meet: Logic Lumber, Lethbridge Supplement and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada, Lethbridge, Homefield Ford Raymond, Zone Canada, Power Fuels Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. Thank you to all the lovely sponsors for sponsoring the meet here today, as well as all the volunteers, platform crew, and we are ready to roll for Kiana Shinners, coming out with her first squat of the day, 70 kilos. Kiana's opening up with 154.32 pounds. And for those home in the chat, let me know how I sound. If I'm a little too loud, a little too quiet, music's too quiet, music's too loud, anything, let me know. See what we can do here for you. Coming up next, we're going to have Carly Pengelly, followed by Aurelia. I'm going to say that wrong all day. Aurelia Bolt and Karana Keegan. Carly's coming out 2.5 kgs heavier, putting her at 159.83 pounds for her first squat of the day. Yes, I don't know what to do. All right, here's Carly, 72.5 kilos, first attempt of the day. This is Arlie coming up next. I heard her coach calling out her name. This is her first meet. Good, healthy looking squat there for Arlie. Getting 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, we got Karana Keegan, the regular face at these shows here. Karana's coming out at 87.5 kilos. It's 192.9 pounds for her opener. All right, here's Karana, 192.9 pounds for her first squat of the day. Nice, good push from Karana there. 3 whites from the judges, it's good. bars loaded for Katie Barath, coming out for her first squat of the day, 87.5 kilos, 192.9 pounds. Whoa, quick drop there for Katie. Able to get that back up. 3 whites from the judges. It's good for Katie. Coming up next, we're going to have Hammy Glass. Hammy's coming at 87.5 kilos, 192.9 pounds. All right, bar is loaded for Tammy. Nice, good push from Tammy there. Squat looking healthy. Judges agree, giving her 3 whites. All right, coming up next, we got Haley Mazubert. Coming down to 107.5 kilos. That's 237 pounds for her opener. Coming out as a women's raw junior athlete here, 16 years old, competing. Nice, healthy looking squat from Haley there. Coming up next, we got Christine Nikolic. I said that wrong. Christine Nikolichuk. I'm still saying that wrong, I'm sure. Apologies, Christine. Coming in 115 kilos for her opener, 253.53 pounds. Here's Christine, first squat of the day. Nice. Strong controlled motion there for Christine, looking very good. Judges agreed. Coming up next, Melissa Lawler, 117.5 kilo opener, putting her at 259.04 pounds. Once this flight of athletes is done, I'm going to try to shimmy my table over more so I can get a more front-on view of the squat rack here for you guys. I notice it's a little hidden behind the one up right there, so I'll do that here in about 3-4 more athletes. But up next, Melissa Lawler, 259 pounds. Nice strong squat there from Melissa. Judges say it's no good, unfortunately. 2 reds from the judges on that one. Doesn't seem like she had enough depth on that one. And coming up next, Amy Detmers, opening up with a healthy 125 kilos. That's 275.58 pounds. Nice, healthy squat from Amy there, looking very strong for her opener. Hitting 2 whites, it's good. All right, coming up next, Madison Iverson, followed by Paige Lawner. Madison's going to be opening up with the same weight, 125 kilos, 275.6 pounds. Madison is a product of Team Big Cat, if I remember correctly, coached by Larry McEwen out of Edmonton, Alberta. United Strength Gym there on the south side. Pretty nice gym. Be sure to check it out. But now it's Madison's time. Lots of power in that squat there. See what the judges say. It's good. 2 whites, 1 red. It's good. And the last athlete for Flight A, first round of squats, Paige Lawner. Paige is coming in at 145 kilos, 319.7 pounds here for her opener. Nice, healthy looking squat for Paige there. Judges say, unfortunately, going to be 2 reds on that one. Let's see if I can get a better angle with the camera here for you guys. Let's give this angle a go here. Kiana Schinner's coming up for her second attempt, going with a 5 kilo jump. Gonna put her at 165.4 pounds. It's good, 2 whites from the judges. Carly, second attempt of the day, 82.5 kilos, 10 kilo jump, making 182 pounds look easy. Judges say it's good, 3 whites. Bars loaded for Argh. Coming at 87.5 kilos, 5 kilo jump, putting her at 192.9 pounds here. Bracket looked a little high for her there. Let's see how she does. Speedy descent, good push. Depth looked good to me. Judges say it's good, getting 3 whites. Alright, coming up next, Karana Keegan going to 5 kilo jump. Gonna put her at 204 pounds here for her second attempt. Shout out to the best looking platform crew here in North America. We got Ryan Jabs, Dave Blake, Mackenzie Swain, and Jocelyn O'Brien. Here's Karana. Karana is probably one of the most recognizable faces at a lot of the powerlifting meets I do. She's always out and about, putting on a show. Breaks lots of records here with the WRPF. Always a pleasure to have her out. Proving it there with a beautiful squat for Karana. Getting 3 whites. Coming up next, we got Katie Barath. Katie's coming to do a 10 kilo jump. That'll put her at 215 pounds here for her second attempt. And bars loaded for Katie. Katie's first squat was very quick, looks very strong. See if she can keep it going here. And those at home, let me know in the chat how everything sounds, looks, music-wise, everything, if it's all good. Unfortunately, bit of a sticking point there. Looks like she might have hurt that right leg there. Hopefully it's just a little cramp or something. She's able to come back from that. All right, I got Tammy Glass coming up next. 100 kilos even for her second attempt. Quite a big jump here. Going to put her at 220.46 pounds. All right, bars loaded. Skyla, I see in the chat there. Thanks for letting me know. Everything looks and sounds good. That's the goal here. Here's Tammy's second attempt. Nice. Good depth there from Tammy. Able to push back out of the hole. And it's good. 2 whites. Locking in 100 kilos for her second attempt. Coming up next, Haley Mazubert. Haley's coming to do a 10 kilo jump as well, putting her at 259 pounds. Bars loaded for Haley. Nice. Able to push through that sticking point there for Haley. Getting the 2 whites from the judges. It's good. Coming up next, we got Melissa Lawler. Unfortunately missed 117.5 on her first attempt. Going for it again here, keeping the weight the same, being conservative. Let's get some numbers in the books here. Let's go, Melissa. She got depth. Judges say it's good. Getting 2 whites for Melissa. Coming up next, Christine Nikolachuk. Coming into 125 kilos, 10 kilo jump from her opener. That's going to put her at 276 pounds. Christine. Quick squat there for Christine. Judges say it's good. Getting 2 whites. Locking that in. Shout out to Strong Arm Sports for those chrome weight plates they're using here today. It's a brand new set that CJ picked up for the meet. Those are really cool plates. The platform crew was a little worried about how they're chromed out and not the normal painted red blues. But they got a little line on the outer rim of the red or the blue, whatever they need for the athletes. So cool to see there. Coming up next, Amy Detmer is going to the 10 kilo jump from her opener, putting her at 297.6 pounds. Nice, good push through for Amy there. It's good, getting 3 whites. All right, Madison Iverson's coming up next, followed by Paige Launer, and then we'll be going for 3rd attempts here with Flight A. Until then, Madison Iverson, part of Team Big Cat, coming up for her 2nd attempt. Going to be 297.62 pounds. Healthy push from Madison there. Judges say it's good, getting 2 whites. All right, last athlete for Flight A, 2nd attempt, Paige Launer. Coming in at 145 kilos as well, being conservative, trying to lock this in here on her 2nd attempt. First one looked good. I think it was depth that she might have missed on, so let's see if she can follow through here, get a little bit deeper, and get on the board with 319.7 pounds. Nice strong brace there before she dipped down. Judges say, unfortunately going to be a miss again. Strengths there. She has the control. Looks like she's just missing on the depth there. Got to get those a little bit deeper. We should be able to get on the board here with their 3rd attempt on squats. Coming up next, we got Kiana Shinners coming into a 5 kilo jump for her 3rd and final attempt. That's going to be 80 kilos, 176.4 pounds. All right, bars loaded. Last attempts here for Flight A, Kiana Shinners. Super fast descent there. Little sticking at the 3/4 mark, but she's able to follow through. What judges say, unfortunately going to be a miss there. It was so fast I couldn't see if she even hit depth. She might have. Might not, probably not if she got 3 reds, but yeah, she was able to go 2 for 3, getting 75 kilos towards her total there in the second attempt. Coming up next, we got Argh Bolt coming out 92.5 kilos, 5 kilo jump from her second attempt. It's going to put her at 203.93 pounds. Nice. Doing a bit of a pause squat there at the bottom for Argh. Look good to me. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites. Making her 3 for 3 on squats here today. And coming up next, we got Carly coming out to a 7.5 kilo jump from her second attempt. That's going to put her at 209.44 pounds. All right, bars are ready for Carly. All right, Carly getting her squat command. Nice, good looking depth for me. Judges say, yeah, it's good, 3 whites. Putting Carly 3 for 3 today on squats. And coming up next, Corona Keegan, 97.5 kilos, 215 pounds for her final lift of the day. Final squat of the day, pardon me. Nice. Strong squat there for Corona. Judges agree, giving her 3 whites. Locking in 97.5 kilos to her total. Listening to the MC here, sounds like Katie Barath might have entered that right leg. It looked like after her second attempt, you can see she kind of limped off there, so she's going to scratch this one. Not sure if she's going to come back for the rest of the day. Hopefully she's okay, and it's nothing serious. So we're just going to break down the bar and get it ready for Tammy Glass, who will be coming up next. Ready now for Tammy Glass coming up. 107.5 kilos. That's going to be 237 pounds even. Here's Tammy, 237 pounds, final attempt of the day. push. Unfortunately, not going to be there for Tammy on that one, but shout out to the platform crew, keeping her safe and getting that weight off her back. Coming up next, Melissa Lawler. Final squat attempt of the day, 120 kilos, 264.5 pounds. Lawler, 265 pounds here for her third attempt. Nice. Lots of strength and control there for Melissa. Judges give it to her 3 whites. Coming up next, Haley Mazubert, coming out to 7.5 kilo jump from her second attempt. That's 125 kilos, 275.6 pounds here for her third attempt.
All right, Haley. Let's see another beautiful squat.
Unfortunately got stuck there on the bottom for Haley. Was able to lock in 117.5 kilos on her second attempt, though. Needs to put that towards her total. Coming up next, we got Christine Nikolachuk. Technical difficulty there, but we're good. Now we got Christine on deck here, 292.1 pounds. Little stick and point about 3/4 of the way up, able to push through, but unfortunately nothing for her from the judges there. Here's Madison Iverson coming up third squat of the day, 5 kilo jump. They're going to put her at 308.65 pounds. Let's go, Madison. Nice. Able to drive through there and get that squat completed. Judges say. Wait for the judges. It's good. 2 whites. That puts Madison 3 for 3 on her squats here today. Let's see if Amy can keep the 3 for 3 train going with a 7.5 kilo jump from her second attempt, putting her at 314.16 pounds. Love watching Amy compete. She comes out with so much ferocity. I'd be afraid if I was that barbell, I'm not going to lie. squat for Amy there. Judges say it's good, getting 3 weights. She's happy with that. All right, last athlete for Flight A squats here this morning. It's going to be Paige Lawner. Sticking with 145 kilos. She's so close on it on the first 2 attempts. Looks like just a little bit of depth issue for her. Clearly has the strength for it. Just got to get a little bit deeper and get herself on the board here. 145 kilos, 319.7 pounds. That looked deep to me. That's got to be good, judges say. It's good. 3 weights. Getting Paige on the board here. 145 kilos in the books. Going to be getting ready for Flight B coming up next here. Before we do, give a shout out to some of the sponsors here today: Logic Lumber, Lethbridge Supplements and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada, Lethbridge, Homefield Ford, Raymond, Zone Canada, Power Fuels, Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. Thank you to all of the lovely sponsors for making this event possible here today. Every other year before. Without them, this would not be possible. Same thing for all the volunteers behind the scenes, volunteers on the platform. Thank you for making these sports possible. But first athlete of Flight B, Alana Curran, coming out 70 kilos for her opener, 154.3 pounds. Healthy looking squat for Alana there. Judges say it's good, giving her 3 weights. All right, bars loaded for Courtney Johnston, coming into 100 kilos even for, that is 220.46 pounds for her opener. Good push from Courtney there. Judges say, unfortunately, going to be a miss there. 2 reds for Courtney on that first one. Still gets 2 attempts to sink it, though. Coming up next, Emmett Carlson. First squat of the day is going to be 125 kilos, 275.6 pounds. Bars loaded for Emmett, 125 kilos, 275.6 pounds. Emmett's one of our junior athletes here today, competing in the 16 to 17-year-old range. Always love to see the young ones coming out, keeping the sport alive. Nice. 3 whites for Emmett there. Very tall individual. Able to get that back up. Walking in 125 kilos. Coming up next, Charles Mesa, followed by Ian Williams and then Matty McNeil. Charles coming out to 127.5 kilos, 281.1 pounds. All right, here's Charles. Nice, healthy squat there for Charles, getting 3 whites from the judges, locking that in. Ian Williams coming up next, 152.5 kilos. That's a 336-pound opener. Squat there for Ian. Good opener. Getting 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, we got Matty McNeil coming to 155 kilos even, 341.72 pounds. Good looking squat there from Maddie, getting 3 whites from the judges. Walking in her first attempt. Coming up next, Cassandra Kassler. Cassandra's coming to 175 kilos for her opener. That's going to put her at 385.81 pounds. There's Cassandra, 175 kilos, 385.8 pounds. Good, healthy opener for Cassandra there. Judges say it's good, 3 whites. Part of Team Big Cat there, coached by Larry McEwen. Coming up next, Billy Shipman. He's coming at 175 kilos, 385.81 pounds. Healthy push there for Billy, getting 3 whites. Coming up next, Nathan Siemens. Nathan's going to be opening up with a national WRPF record attempt here at 190 kilos, 418.88 pounds. This will be the Canadian record for the men's multiply junior category, 16 to 17. To me from Nathan there, getting 3 whites. That is a national record achievement there for Nathan, locking that in. WRPF Canadian record at 419 pounds. Going to be running things back now. Second attempts here for Flight B this morning. Starting things off with Alana Curran, followed by Courtney Johnston, and then Emmett Carlson. Alana's coming into a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. Going to put her at 170.9 pounds. Bars loaded for Alana. Aggressive drive for Alana there, getting 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, Courtney Johnston coming out for some redemption. Missed 100 kilos on her first attempt. Looks like she had the strength for it there. Let's see if she can get it locked in on the second attempt. 220.46 pounds. Bars loaded for Courtney Johnston here.
All right, Courtney.
All right, it's good. Getting 2 whites from the judges. Locking in 100 kilos for Courtney. And coming up next, Emmett Carlson coming out to a 10 kilo jump for his second attempt. Going to put him at 135 kilos, 297.6 pounds. Emma getting 135 kilos. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites. Locking in 297.6 pounds there. Coming up next, we got Charles Misa, 142.5 kilos. That's 314.16 pounds. Taking the walk out here, 315 pounds on his back. Looking good. Bars loaded for Ian Williams, I'm going to do a 10 kilo jump. Going to put him at 358.25 pounds. Healthy squat for Ian there, getting 3 weights. Maddie McNeil coming up next with a 15 kilo jump. Going to put her at 170 kilograms. I said that weird. 374.8 pounds. Good follow through for Maddie there. Getting 3 weights, locking in 170 kilos for her second attempt. That means up next, Billy Shipman coming up 185 kilos for his second attempt. 407.85 pounds. After Billy, we're going to have Cassandra coming up, followed by Nathan, and that'll be it. We'll be going back to third attempts here for Flight B. Good push from Billy there. Looked good to me. And the judges agree. 3 weights. Walking in 407 pounds. Coming up next, Cassandra Kassler coming out 192.5 kilos. 424.39 pounds. Loaded cast. If you look at squad there, Cassandra, judges agree, giving her 3 weights. Coming up next, Nathan Siemens. This will be another WRPF record attempt here in Canada. He did break it on the previous attempt with 190 kilos. Now he's going to move up to 200 kilos, a 10 kilo jump on top of his already set record at 440.92 pounds. Healthy squad, looked a little not deep enough to me. But let's see, I'm no judge. Yeah, 2 reds on that one. I think it was a little too high. He already broke the record. He gets 1 more attempt here to add on to it. I'm sure he'll be able to get on the next attempt here. But until then, starting over Flight B, 3rd attempt, Alana Curran up next, followed by Courtney Johnston and Emmett Carlson. Alana's going to be coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump, putting her at 198.42 pounds. not going to be there for a land on that one. Good attempt. Shout out to the spotters for catching it up there. And Courtney Johnston's coming up next. Courtney's going to come into a 5 kilo jump from her second attempt, putting her at 105 kilos, 231.49 pounds. Depth there to me. Looked very strong, judges say. Unfortunately, 2 reds. From my angle, it looked deep enough, but I'm also not a judge, so don't listen to me. Coming up next, Emmett Carlson. The MC was just saying after this set of athletes are done their third attempts, we'll be taking a 15-minute break before we move into bench press with flight A. But we still have a handful of lifters to go here for their attempts on squats, so stay tuned. All right, here's Emmett Carlson. 10 kilo jump, putting him at 319.67 pounds. Started off strong there, just got stuck. Good effort from him nonetheless, able to lock in 135 kilos on his second attempt there. Charles Misa up next, followed by Ian Williams and Maddie McNeil. Charles is going to be coming out to a 10 kilo jump, putting him at 319.67 pounds. Good looking squat from Charles there. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites, putting Charles 3 for 3 on squats here today. Up next, Ian Williams coming into a 5 kilo jump. Gonna put him at 369.27 pounds. Bars loaded. Ian hitting some zones, smelling salts in the back there. One of the sponsors here of the event today. Unfortunately not going to be there. Was able to lock in 162.5 kilos on that second attempt though. Shout out to the spotters for saving Ian there. Up next, Maddie McNeil, who will be coming out to a WRPF Canadian record attempt here. 182.5 kilos, 402.3 pounds. Bars loaded for Maddie. 402 pounds. Canadian record attempt here. clear for Maddie. It's good. 3 whites. Giving Maddie a Canadian WRPF record. He's very happy with that one. Congratulations, Maddie. All right, 3 athletes left here in the squats. Billy Shipman, Cassandra Castler, and Nathan Siemens. Billy's coming into a 5-kilo jump. Going to put him at 190 kilos. Nice. Good push from Billy there. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites. Putting both Billy and Maddie 3 for 3 on squats here so far today. Cassandra's coming up next with a 7.5-kilo jump from her second attempt, putting her at 200 kilos. That's 440.92 pounds. Sandra getting lots of help from the crowd here, 441 pounds. Nice. Fortunately. Fortunately not going to be there. Bit of a faux pas there. It's kind of it's always hard to plan a bail if you're not feeling it. Your mind's not really thinking clear. They try to tell the athletes to stick with it. The spotters will save you. They will be able to get that weight up. A lot of these spotters are high-level strongman athletes, so are able to save them. But yeah, when you're in the moment you get a little panicky. You tend to pop out from under it. So just try to avoid any injuries from either the athletes or the platform crew. But looks like everyone would be okay, and we get to live another day here. So gonna re-rack the bar here for the last athlete of the morning squat session here. Nathan Siemens going for another WRPF Canadian record, which he already set with 190 kilos. He did miss 200, but he's feeling confident. Coming into 208 kilos to add on top of his Canadian WRPF record. That'll put him at 458.6 pounds. Bars loaded, last squat of the day here. Nathan Siemens, WRPF Canadian record attempt. Nice little shifty on the bottom there, able to get it up. It's good, 3 whites. Nathan Siemens adding on to his WRPF Canadian record attempt. All right, we're really ahead of schedule here, so the MC just said we're going to be taking a 20-minute break here. Once they get the platform started up, set up, we're going to be taking that break. Until then, just one more shout out to the sponsors here today: Logic Lumber, Lethbridge Supplements and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada Lethbridge, Homefield Ford, Zone Canada, Power Fuels Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. Shout out to all the sponsors. Without y'all, this would not be possible. So stay tuned. About 20 minutes once they get the platform set up. So let's say maybe about 10:40-ish, we'll be going with bench press. ladies and gentlemen. Ready to get started for the bench press portion of the day. Starting off with Jack Borland, 12 years old, competing in the Pirates of the Platform Day 1. Coming out to 66.14 pound opener here on his bench press. Nice, healthy presser, Jack Borland, 12 years old, locking in his first bench press with 300. Sorry, not 300 pounds, 66 pounds. 300 pounds would be impressive at 12 years old, but yeah, not today. Coming up next, Carly Pengelly. Pengelly or Pengelly? I think that's actually the same thing there. But anyway, if you know how to say her last name, why don't you phonetically sound it out in the chat for me? But yeah, she's coming at 37.5 kilos, 82.67 pounds. Money for Carly there. 3 weights, locking in 83 pounds for her first attempt. All right, Crystal Olive is going to be coming out to 40 kilos, 88.18 pounds for her opener. Trip up on the mat there. She made it successfully though. Alright, Crystal Olive. First attempt looks good. 88.18 pounds. Coming up next, Kiana Shinners come out, 40 kilos as well for her. All right, Kiana looking good, 3 weights there from the judges. Bars loaded for Katie Barath, coming out to 40 kilos as well, 88.18 pounds. Okay, disregard. Katie's going to be out for the rest of the day. Did take a bit of an injury on her leg during squats, so Katie's going to be out for the rest of the day, unfortunately for her. But coming up next will be Tammy Glass. For the sick dance moves there. Sorry about that. The camera kind of got froze there. Try to get it down for you guys before she gets started. Nice save by the bag. There is Tammy, 45 kilos on the bar, 99.21 pounds. Work from Tammy there. Rana's coming into 52.5 kilos, 115.74 pounds. Good bench from Karana there. 2 whites from the judges. It's good. All right, Orlees coming up next. 52.5 kilos for her opener as well. Same as Karana, 115.74 pounds. Argh. Looks good to me. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites for Argh. Coming up next, Haley Mazubert's coming in at 55 kilos, 121.25 pounds here for her opener. One of our junior athletes here today, competing in the 16 to 17-year-old range. Bar is loaded, 121.25 pounds. Nice, good bench from Haley there, looking very strong. Judges say it's good, giving her 3 whites for Haley. Coming up next, Paige Alana, opening up with 62.5 kilos, 137.8 pounds. All right, bars loaded. Here we go. Look good to me here. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites from the judges. All right, coming up next, Cooper Joy, one of our junior athletes competing in 13 to 14-year-old range, opening up with 65 kilos, 143.3 pounds. All right, bars loaded for Cooper. Cooper's one of our push-pull only athletes here today, so instead of doing full 3 lifts, he skipped the squats, doing bench and deadlift only. All right, good-looking press here to get started for Cooper Joy. See what the judges say. It's good, getting 2 whites. Good work, Cooper. That means we got Christine Nikolacek coming up next. Bars loaded for Christine. Still says Cooper Joy there. There we go. Christine. Bar is loaded. 67.5 kilos, 148.8 pounds. Nice, healthy push there for Christine. Made that opener look easy. And judges say, yeah, it's good. 2 whites. And coming up next, the Madison Iverson. Madison with 3 for 3 on squats here. Let's see if she can keep it going. Starting off with a 70-kilo opening attempt. Madison Iverson, part of Team Big Cat. $154.32 pounds here for her opener. Hitting the rack. It's good. 2 whites from the judges. And coming up next, Amy Detmers, followed by Melissa Lawler. Then we'll be going back through Flight A for the second attempts here on bench. Amy's going to be coming out 2.5 kilos heavier than Madison, putting her at 72.5 kilos. That's 159.83 pounds. Amy coming out with the same ferocity she always does. Love to watch her compete. Nice healthy press there for Amy. And it's good. 3 whites from the judges, locking that in. Setting up the bar now for Melissa Lawler, coming out to an 80 kilo attempt here. It's going to be 176.4 pounds. Last athlete for first attempts here for Flight A. Melissa Lawler, 80 kilos, 176.4 pounds.
All right, Melissa.
Nice, good looking press from Melissa there. See if the judges agree. It's good. 3 whites. All right, gonna break it down. Get ready for the second attempts here for Flight A on bench. Starting off with Jax Borland, followed by Crystal Olive and Kiana Shinners. Bars loaded for Jax Borland. Going with the 7.5 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 82.67 pounds. Nice, good press from Jax there. It's good. 3 whites. Coming up next, Crystal Olive coming to a 5 kilo jump from her opener. Gonna put her at 99.21 pounds. If I remember correctly, I think Crystal's actually a ultra marathon runner as well, so well-rounded athlete here. Nice, she's pushing. Good grind, it's still moving. It's still moving. Beautiful. Love it. She was able to push through there. Not good enough for the judges, but that still counts in my books, so she's gonna miss that one. Does get a second attempt. Good push. Coming up next, Kiana Shinners, followed by Carly Pengelly, Tammy Glass, and Karana Keegan. Kiana's coming out to 45 kilos. It's a 5 kilo jump from her opener, putting her at 99.21 pounds. Good press from Kiana there. Judges say, gonna be a miss there. 2 reds on that one. Sounds like she might have beat the rack command on that, unfortunately, but still gets another attempt. Carly Penglis coming up next. 47.5 kilos, thin kilo jump from her opener, putting her at 104.72 pounds. Good press there from Carly. Judges say it's good, giving her 3 whites. All right, that means we got Tammy Glass coming up next. 52.5 kilos, 115.74 pounds. Here's Tammy. Nice, easy looking press there for Tammy. Judges say it's good. 3 whites, lock it in, 115.74 pounds. That means we got Karana Keegan coming up next, followed by Haley Mazubert and Arlie Bolt. Karana's coming out to a 5 kilo jump from her opener. That's going to put her at 126.77 pounds. Push, 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 push. Nice. Good drive there, Karana. 3 whites for Karana Keegan. Haley Mazubert's coming up next with a 2.5 kilo jump from her opener. One of our junior athletes in the 16 to 17 age category here. 126.77 pounds. Not going to be there for Haley on that one. Got stuck just off the chest, but does get one more attempt here. Hopefully a bit of stretching, rest. She'll be able to come back out and crush it. And bar is loaded for Arlie Bolt. Coming to a 5 kilo jump from her opener, putting her at 126.77 pounds. Good looking bench there from Marley. The judges say it's good. 3 whites, locking that in. Paige Lawners coming up next, followed by Christine Madison and then Cooper. Paige went with a 10 kilo jump. That's going to put her at 159.83 pounds. Money there for Paige, making 72.5 kilos look easy. And the judges agree, giving her 3 whites. And coming up next, Christine Kolichuk. Going to a 5-kilo jump from her opener, putting out 159.83 pounds. Looking good there. 3 whites for Christine on the bench. Coming up next, Madison Iverson with a 5-kilo jump, putting her at 165.35 pounds. All right, bars loaded for Madison. Getting some zone smelling salts held by our coach there, Larry McEwen. Driving, able to push through there, but was there an up and down? I think there was. 3 reds there from Madison. Almost had it. Should be able to get that off the third try. I can see it. Until then, we got Cooper Joy coming out for his second attempt. 75 kilos, 165.35 pounds. Competing in our 13 to 15-year-old happy age. Love to see the young guys coming out, competing, young guys and women. Good to see strength still matters for newer generations. But here's Cooper Joy. Push, let's go Cooper. Not going to be there, unfortunately. We'll get another attempt here before the day's done though. Detmer's coming up next. Amy's coming up to 77.5 kilos, 170.9 pounds. Getting fired up, 170.86 pounds here for a second attempt. Good. 3 whites. Judges locking it in for her. Up next, Melissa Lawler coming to a 5-kilo jump. Going to put her at 85 kilos, 187 pounds. And we'll be running it back for the 3rd attempt of Flight A. Able to complete it. I think she might have dipped a little bit there. Yeah, unfortunately going to be 3 reds. A little bit of a dip there, but that 3-quarter mark, unfortunately for Melissa. But we're running it back now for 3rd and final attempts of Flight A, starting off with Jax Borland, followed by Crystal Olive, then Kiana Shinners. McKenzie might have accidentally loaded his end of the barbell wrong, so they're putting some good shame on him. Now we're looking good. Here's Jax Borland, one of our young athletes today. I think they said he's 12 years old, so let's go Jax, 75 kilos to his opener, putting him at 93.7 pounds. Let's go Jax. Not going to be there, unfortunately. Was able to go 2 for 3, though. Good work, Jax. Coming up next, we got Crystal Olive. Crystal's coming in to 45 kilos. She missed it on her second attempt. Going for some redemption here. 99.21 pounds. Let's see if she can do it. Nice. Got redemption on that one. Looked way stronger on that third attempt versus the second. Getting 3 whites from the judges. It's good. Lining things up for Kiana Shinners coming up next. Kind of in the same boat as Olive there. She missed 45 on the second attempt. Keeping it 45 for the third. Hoping to lock it in here. Kiana Shinners. Good-looking bench there from Kiana. Judges agree, giving her 3 whites. That means we got Carly Pengeli coming up next. 52.5 kilos. It's a 5 kilo jump from the second attempt. Gonna put her at 115.74 pounds. Not going to be there, unfortunately, for Carly. Was able to go 2 for 3 on her attempts, though. I'm going to miss that one. So we got Haley Mazubert coming up next. Haley missed 57.5 on her second attempt. Going for some redemption here. Keeping the weight the same. Going to try to lock it in here. Go Haley. Starting to dip on her there. Not going to be there. Great grind from Haley, though. Was able to lock in 55 kilos on her first attempt, though. So it's keeping her in the game. Coming up next, Tammy Glass. Tammy's coming out to a 5 kilo jump. Going to be the same weight as Haley Mazubert just done. 126.77 pounds here for her final attempt. able to lock in 52.5 kilos on her second attempt, though. And we're loading up for Karana Keegan. Karana is going to be coming out to a WRPF Canadian record attempt here on the bench press in the women's raw with reps masters division. That'll be 60 kilos, 132.28 pounds. I know for a fact Karana has a few national records here at the WRPF. I think maybe even a world. Very strong athlete here. Love to see her compete. And here she is, 132.28 pounds. Fortunately, gonna be a miss there for Karana. Was able to lock in 57.5 kilos on her second attempt, though. Coming up next, we got Argh Bolt, followed by Madison Iverson and Cooper Joy. Argh's coming out to 60 kilos as well, same weight as Karana just done. There from Argh. Judges say it's good, getting 3 whites. Madison Iverson up next, going with 75 kilos here for her third attempt. Just missing on the second attempt, so let's see if she can really lock it in here. 75 kilos, 165.35 pounds towards her total. Going to be there for Maddie on that one. Was able to lock in 70 kilos though towards the total. And coming up next, Cooper Joy, one of our push-pull only athletes, going for the same weight here, 75 kilos, 165 pounds. Keeping in our junior category, 13 to 14. Go Cooper. Nice. Able to follow through. What do the judges say? Oh, unfortunately going to be a miss there. Beat the rack command, but looks strong. It's a good gym lift. But yeah, won't count towards his total today. Christine Nikolachuk coming up next. 77.5 kilos, putting around 170.86 pounds. Unfortunately, going to be a miss there for Christine. Amy Detmers coming up next for her final attempt at 82.5 kilos, 181.88 pounds. All right, bars loaded for Amy. push it. Let's go, Amy. Follow through. Nice. Beautiful lift there. Amy able to get that one locked in. That's good. Getting 3 whites. Just going to make an adjustment to my lighting here, and we'll stay live, but I'll be right back with the commentary. Whites, easy lift for Paige there, looking very strong. Coming up next, Melissa Lawler, 85 kilos loaded up for her. Did miss it on her second attempt, but going for some redemption here now. All right, bars loaded for Melissa here. Melissa Lawler going for 85 kilos here. Getting stuck. Unfortunately, won't be there. Gonna get ready to run it back for flight B here now. Current. Good looking opener for her there. 3 whites. Trina is coming up next. Another one of our push-pull-only athletes. 57.5 kilo opener for her. That's 126.77 pounds. Good work from Trina there. Judges say just waiting on the lights from the judges there. All right, it's good. 3 whites. kilos, 137.8 pounds for her opener. There from Alvina. Judges say it's good. 3 whites for Malvina's opener. Coming up next, Charles Nisa, cut out 65 kilos himself, 143.3 pounds for his opener. Charles Nisa. Judges say it's good, giving him 3 whites. Maddie McNeil up next, followed by Cassandra Kassler and Beverly, I'm going to say this last name wrong, Zaporizan. I don't know what it is, but I like it. Anyway, here's Maddie McNeil coming out to her opener, 67.5 kilos, 148.81 pounds. There from Maddie McNeil. The judges say waiting on the lights here. Lights aren't working right, but yeah, it was a good lift for Maddie. That means we got Cassandra Kassler coming up next. 70 kilos loaded up for her there. Opening up with 154.32 pounds. There for Cassandra. 70 kilos. Judges say it's good. 2 whites. All right, Beverly Zaporizan coming up next. She is another one of our push-pull only athletes. Opening up with 72.5 kilos here, 159.83 pounds. Healthy press from Beverly there. 3 whites from the judges. Got Courtney Johnston coming up next. Courtney's going to be starting things off with a regional WRPF record attempt. By regional, I mean provincial. Going to be 77.5 kilos, 170.86 pounds will be the Alberta record in the 40 to 44 record. there for Courtney Johnston. National record in the books. 3 whites. It is good. All right, Emmett Carlson coming up next.
All right, Emmett is going to be
77.5 kilos, 170.86 pounds. One of our younger athletes here today competing in the 16 to 17-year-old category. All right, bar is loaded for Emmett. Strong press from Emmett there. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. Ian Williams coming up next. Going to be opening up with 80 kilos even. That's 176.37 pounds. All right, Ian Williams. Good press from Ian Williams there. Judges say it's good, giving him 3 whites. All right, we got Billy Shipman coming up next. 105 kilos for his opener. That's 231.49 pounds. Good looking opener there for Billy. 105 kilos, judges say. Waiting on the light. Was it good? All right, sorry, that was good for Billy. National record attempt again here for Nathan Siemens, opening up with 120 kilos, 264.55 pounds. Nice, healthy looking press there for Nathan, competing in the 16 to 17-year-old category. It's good, 3 whites. Another WRPF Canadian record here for Nathan Siemens today, having a hell of a day for himself. But rounding it back now to the second attempts here for flight B. Alana Curran is going to be up first, 37.5 kilos, 82.67 pounds. Alana Curran coming back out for her second attempt, 82.67 pounds. There from Alana, 37.5 kilos, and it's good, getting 3 whites. That means we got Trina Hampton coming up next, 60 kilos, 132.28 pounds. follow through there, but it looks like there's some dipping. Judges say, yeah, 2 reds on that one. Coming up next, we got Malvina Dudas. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. My apologies. Malvina's coming at 72.5 kilo, a 10 kilo jump from her opener, putting at 159.83 pounds. Judges agree, giving her 3 white lights. Coming up next, Charles Nisa, coming into a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener, putting at 159.83 pounds. Good looking bench there from Charles, very smooth. Judges agree, give him 3 white lights. Yeah, up next, Cassandra Kassler. Cassandra's coming into a 5 kilo jump from her opener, going to put her at 165.35 pounds. Healthy push there from Cassandra. Judges agree, giving her 3 whites, locking in 75 kilos. And we're going to be keeping the weight the same here for Beverly. Beverly's coming in at 75 kilos, 165.35 pounds for her second attempt. Let's go, Bev. Not going to be there, unfortunately. Going to miss it on that one. Let's get one more attempt here. Coming up next, Maddie McNeil, 77.5 kilos for her second attempt. 10 kilo jump from her first attempt. Going to put her at 170.86 pounds. Maddie McNeil. Good healthy push there from Maddie McNeil. Getting 3 whites from the judges. It's good. Next, Courtney Johnston with a 2.5 kilo jump from her opener, going to put her at 176.37 pounds. This will be both a Canadian and Albertan record here with WRPF. This will be WRPF Canadian record bench press in the women's raw masters division. Right, able to follow through there, get it racked. It's good. 2 whites. All right, another national record in the books for Courtney Johnston. Congratulations. Up next, Emmett Carlson coming to a 5-kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 181.88 pounds. Unfortunately, not going to be there for Emmett on that one. Does get one more attempt here. Coming up next, Ian Williams, followed by Billy Shipman and Nathan Siemens. Then we'll be running back to the third and final bench press attempts here of the day. Until then, Ian Williams is coming into a 5-kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 85 kilos, 187.4 pounds. There from Ian, getting 3 whites from the judges. Billy Shipman coming into a 12.5-kilo jump from his opener. That'll put him at 259.04 pounds. Bars loaded for Billy. Just asking for a lift off from Ryan Jabs there, our head of platform. All right, there you go. Billy Shipman, 117.5 kilos is good. 3 whites from the judges, locking that in. Last athlete for the second bench press attempts here, Nathan Siemens, coming out to 227.5 kilos. That's 281.09 pounds. Nice, easy looking rep there for Nathan. I think the judges will give it to him. Yeah, 3 weights, locking in another WRPF Canadian record. Starting off there at attempts, Alana Curran's going to be coming up next. Alana Curran's third and final attempt. Went with a 7.5-kilo jump here. Fortunately, not going to be there for Alana on that one. coming into a 2.5 kilo jump from her second attempt. Hope we get 137.8 pounds locked in. Let's go, Trina. Fortunately, wasn't going to be there for her on that one. Good attempt, though. Here's Beverly Zaporizan, coming at 165.35 pounds. Able to push through there and get it racked. We'll see what the judges say. Going to be a miss. 3 reds. I think she kind of jumped her rack command there, unfortunately. That means we got Charles Nisa coming up next. 77.5 kilos, 170.86 pounds here for his third and final attempt of the day. Nice, able to push through there. And it's good, getting 3 whites from the judges there, good work. Cassandra Caster's coming up next, 80 kilos, 5 kilo jump from her second attempt, putting her at 176.37 pounds. Good looking work there from Cass. Judges agree, giving her 3 whites. All right, bars loaded for Malvina. 82.5 kilos, 10 kilo jump from her second attempt. Putting her at 181.88 pounds. Not going to be there. great attempt, though was able to lock in 72.5 kilos on her second attempt. Gonna have Emmett Carlson coming out next. He missed 82.5 kilos on the second attempt. Going for some redemption here. Gonna try to get 181.88 pounds towards his total. Not going to be there for Emmett today. Was able to lock in 77.5 kilos on his first attempt, though. Keeping the weight the same here now for Maddie McNeil. 82.5 kilos. This will be a WRPF Canadian record attempt for Maddie McNeil at 181.88 pounds. Good push from Maddie. Will it be good enough for the record? It's good. 3 weights. That's a WRPF Canadian record. If I remember correctly, I think she set one in the squat as well on her third attempt. So 6 for 6 for lifts right now, and 2 for 2 for record set, if I remember correctly. So good work, Maddie. Coming up next, Ian Williams. Ian's coming out to a 2.5 kilo jump from his opener. Gonna put him at 87.5 kilos, 192.9 pounds. Here's Ian Williams, 87.5 kilos. All right, good push from Ian there. It's good, 3 weights. Up next, Billy Shipman. Followed by Nathan Siemens and Courtney Johnson. Pardon me, Courtney might not be taking her third. Disregard that. All right, bar is loaded for Billy Shipman. 281.09 pounds. Go, Billy. Nice. Good push. Good follow through. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites. And last athlete of the bench press here today, Nathan Siemens, going for another Canadian WRPF record attempt here. 137.5 kilos. A 10 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 303.14 pounds. Let's go, Nathan, having a hell of a day here for himself. One of our younger athletes in the 16 to 17 category. Will he set another WRPF record here? Not going to be there, unfortunately, for Nathan. Great day nonetheless, though. Good work. Taking another 20-minute timer here now. Taking a break. Before we go, I want to give another shout out to all the lovely sponsors here today. Logic Lumber, Lethbridge Supplements and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada, Lethbridge, Homefield Ford, Zone Canada, Power Fuels Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. Shout out to all the sponsors and volunteers. Without y'all, this would not be possible. But stay tuned. We're going to get ready for deadlifts here, and we'll be back in about 30 minutes, give or take. So stay tuned. to get started back up here with day one of Pirates of the Platform 2025. Hosted by WRPF here in Lethbridge, Alberta. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Thanks everyone for coming out, supporting the athletes here today. Just about to get started with the deadlift portion of the afternoon. Getting ready to get started here for the deadlift portion of Flight A. Be going first. Only 2 flights a day, so it's going to be a nice, quick one. Be out of here early. And Carly Pengley is coming up next. Carly Pengley opening up with 77.5 kilos, 171 pounds. Easy money for her there, looking very strong. Is coming out next, our push-pull athlete here. He's 12 years old, 80 kilos loaded up for him, 176.37 pounds. They're having a little bit of technical difficulty there with the light. Just going to get a look at here by the judges. Make sure everything's all good to go once we start lifting again. Trying to figure that out there. While they're doing that, we'll take another shout out to our sponsors here: Logic Lumber, Lethbridge, Supplements and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada, Lethbridge, Homefield Ford, Raymond, Zone Canada, Power Fuels, Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. Thank you to all the lovely sponsors there. But here is Jax Borland. Homer Jax there, looking very strong. Good start for that young man. All right, bar is loaded for Crystal here. For Crystal there, 85 kilos, 187 pounds in the books. Kiana Shinners, 100 kilos even, 220 pounds on the bar for her. All right, good work. 3 whites from the judges, locking that in. Means we got Karana Keegan coming up next, opening up with 102.5 kilos, 225.97 pounds. but I'm back. Tammy Glass coming up next. 225 pounds for her opener. Same as Corona, who just got a successful lift there. Healthy pull for Tammy there, looking very strong. Orlees coming up next, 110 kilos for her opener, 242.5 pounds. All right, bar is loaded for Argh. Whites from the judges, locking in 242.5 pounds. Super Joy on his way out here now, 110 kilos as well for him, 242.51 pounds. All right, good pull from Cooper there. Judges say it's good, give him 3 whites. Coming up next, 112.5 kilos, 248.02 pounds for her first attempt of the day. There, getting 3 whites from the judges. And I have Haley Mizzou-Burt coming up next. Opening up at 120 kilos, 248.02 pounds. For Haley, 120 kilos, 264.5 pounds. All right, good pull from Haley there, locked in 120 kilos. Judges agree. Up next, Madison Iverson, followed by Melissa Lawler, then Amy Detmers. Madison's coming into 120 kilos as well, 264.55 pounds. All right, good pull from Madison. Judges agree, giving her 3 whites. Lawler's going to be coming up next here. Melissa's going to be coming out 2.5 kilos heavier than Madison there. Going to put her at 270.07 pounds. Healthy pull there from Melissa. Judges say alright, that was a good lift there for Melissa. Coming up next, Amy Detmers. Amy's going to be coming in 20 kilos heavier than Melissa. She's going to be opening up with 142.5 kilos, 314.16 pounds. Judges just having an issue with their lighting system, but looks like they're good to go here now. It's back in place. Amy is ready. Platform is ready. We should be good to go here. Good pull from Amy there. Judges agree, giving her 3 whites. Coming up next, the last athlete for Flight A, round 1 of deadlifts, Paige Launer, going to 175 kilos, 385.81 pounds.
Paige is just casually opening with 380.
All right, bar is loaded for Paige, 175 kilo opener. All right, good looking pull from Paige there. Judges say it's good, giving him 3 whites. Gonna run it back now for second attempts here of deadlifts in Flight A. Crystal Olive will be coming up first, followed by Carly Pengley and Jax Borland. Shout out to Jocelyn O'Brien with the sick dance moves on the platform. She's going to kill me after when she hears that I said this. Love you. But here's Crystal Olive. Adding 7.5 kilos from her first attempt, 203.93 pounds. Nice, smooth movement there from Crystal. She's happy with that. Judges are going to say it's good, 3 whites. All right, moving on next. Same weight for Carly Pengley. 92.5 kilos, 203.93 pounds. Lots of control for Carly there on that one, looking very strong. Judges say it's good. 3 whites for Carly there. And Jax Borland up next, followed by Corona Keegan, and then Kiana Shinner's up next. Jax is coming out to 95 kilos, a 15-kilo jump over his opener, putting him at 209.4 pounds. Looking very strong. Very strong young man right there. 3 whites from the judges. Looking strong. Up next, Karana Keegan. Karana's going with a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. Going to put her at 242.51 pounds. Keegan. Alright, good. Looking strong. Pull for Piranha. It's good. Getting 2 whites. Kiana Shinners coming up next, followed by Argh and Haley Mazubert. One of our youth athletes here today getting 3 whites, locking that in towards her total. And up next, Argh Bolt. She is going with a 5 kilo jump from her opener. That's going to put her at 253.53 pounds. Argh Bolt. Alright, strong pull from Argh there. Very speedy movement there. Judges say it's good, 3 whites. Coming up next, Haley Mazubert, followed by Christine Cooper-Joy, and then Tammy Glass. Loaded up for Haley Mazubert, 275.6 pounds here for her second attempt. Work from Haley there. Judges not going to give it to her. Unfortunately, going to have 2 reds on that one. Yeah, I'm up next, Christine. Christine's coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump from her opener. Going to put her at 275.58 pounds. Pull there from Christine. All right, bars loaded for Mr. Cooper Joy. Cooper's coming at 125 kilos, 276 pounds. there from Cooper. Judges say it's good, giving him 2 weights. Bars loaded for Cammy Glass. Second deadlift of the day, going to 281.1 pounds. Good. Madison Iverson coming up next. Melissa Lawler following her, and then Amy Detmers. Madison's going to be coming out to a 10-kilo jump, putting out 130 kilos, 286.6 pounds. And here is Madison. Follow through there, a little bit of a sticking point at the top, but judges are happy with it, giving her 3 weights. Good work, Madison. Next, Melissa Lawler's coming up next with a 10-kilo jump for her as well, putting her at 292.1 pounds. Following after her, Amy Detmers and then Paige Lawner going to round out Flight A's second attempts on deads. We'll be running it back for third attempts. Melissa, 292.1 pounds. Nice. Good work, Melissa. Judges say it's good, giving her 3 weights. Coming up next, Amy Detmers. Going with a 12.5-kilo jump here over her opener. That's going to put her at 341.72 pounds for her second attempt. Strong pull from Amy there. 341.72 pounds put in towards her total. And last athlete for second attempts here in Flight A, Paige Lawner. Paige is going to be coming out to a 12.5-kilo jump here as well, putting her at 413.37 pounds. Good looking pull there from Paige. Judges say, yeah, it's good. 3 weights. Locking that in for Paige's total of the day. And running it back now for Flight A. Final attempts here for these ladies and gentlemen. Crystal Olive coming into a 5-kilo jump from her second attempt. That's going to put her at 214.95 pounds. Nice. Powerful pull there from Crystal. She's happy with that. 97.5 kilos put towards her total. And coming up next, Jax Borland going with a 10 kilo jump from his second attempt. Going to put him at 214.95 pounds. Bart is loaded for Jax Borland. Nice. Good strong pull from Jax there. Good work, buddy. 2 whites. It's good. Making him 3 for 3 on deads. And keeping the weight the same. Carly is going to be coming out to 105 kilos, 231.49 pounds. Smooth power all the way through for Carly, getting 3 whites, blocking that in. And Karana Keegan up next. Karana is going to be coming out to a WRPF Canadian record attempt here in her category, the women's raw with wraps masters. The record will be 253.53 pounds. Let's go. Nice. Able to follow all the way through. That should be another WRPF Canadian record for her. Waiting for the lights. It's good. 2 whites. Karana Keegan getting another WRPF Canadian record. Coming up next, Kiana Shinners. Kiana's coming into a 5 kilo jump from her second attempt, putting her at 253.53 pounds. Good pull from Kiana there. 115 kilos. What do the judges say? No lift. She was able to go 2 for 3 on her deadlifts though. Up next, we got Arlie Bolt coming to a 10 kilo jump from her second attempt. That's going to put her at 275.58 pounds. Following her will be Haley Mazubert and then Cooper Joy. Powerful pull there from Marley. The judges say good, 3 whites. And Bart is loaded for Haley Mazubert, coming in to 127.5 kilos, 281.09 pounds. Nice, able to keep motion going the whole way through. Judges say it's good. Give him 2 whites. Coming up next, Cooper Joy. Cooper's coming into a 2.5 kilo jump. Going to put him at 281.09 pounds. All right, it's good for Cooper. That puts Cooper 3 for 3 on deads here today. Christine up next, followed by Melissa and Madison. Christine's going for a 10 kilo jump, gonna put her at 135 kilos, 297.62 pounds. And bars loaded. Looks to be good from here. Strong pull from Christine. Judges say it's good. 3 whites, 298 pounds. All right, keeping the weight the same now for Melissa Lawler. 2.5 kilo jump from her second attempt. That'll put her at 297.7 pounds. On that one. Was able to go 2 for 3 on the deadlift still. Coming up next, Madison Iverson, followed by Tammy Glass and Amy Detmers. Madison's going to be coming out to a 7.5 kilo jump from her second attempt, putting her at 137.5 pounds. Shout out to Mackenzie. Those hips do not lie as he is moving and grooving up there. But Madison Iverson, 303.14 pounds here for her final attempt of the day. Let's go, Madison. Little bit of sticking point there at the top. Was able to go 2 for 3 though. Had a pretty good day otherwise for Madison. Coming up next, Tammy Glass, 142.5 kilos for her final attempt. That's going to put her at 314.16 pounds. Here's Tammy. All right, it's good. Getting 2 whites for Tammy there. Up next, Amy Detmers, and then last athlete for Flight A will be Paige Warner. Amy is going to be coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump from her second attempt. That puts her at 369.27 pounds. I love her intensity when she comes out. Amy Demers, 369.3 pounds. Let's go, Amy. Big pull. Let's go. Yes. What a grind. 2 whites and the judges. Good pull from Amy Demers. Locking that in. And last athlete here for Flight A, Paige Launer, going with a cool and even 200 kilos, 440.92 pounds. Bars loaded for Paige. 440.92 pounds. Let's go, Paige. Big pull here. Wow. That was an opener. That was an opener. With a sassy belt snap and everything. Yeah, easy money for Paige there. Strong pull, making 440 pounds look like nothing. And we're going to get started with Flight B here now. Last athletes of the day. Alana Curran's going to be coming up first. Her first deadlift attempt is going to be 77.5 kilos, 171 pounds. Here's Alana. All right, healthy looking pull for Alana there. 171 pounds. It's good. Getting 3 whites from the judges. Bar is loaded from Alvina. 107.5 kilos, 137 pounds even. Strong pull from Alvina there. Opener looking easy. And coming up next, Beverly Zaporzan, opening up with 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds. looking pull from Bev there. Locking that in. Yeah, judges agree, 248 pounds. Bars loaded for Trina Hampton, coming out to 135 kilos, 297.62 pounds. All right, strong pull from Trina there. Judges say it's good, 3 whites. And Charles Misa coming up next. He's going to be opening up with 142.5 kilos, 314.16 pounds. Following Charles be Ennis, then Maddie and Courtney. All right, here comes Charles, 314.16 pounds. There's Charles. All right, Emmett Carlson coming up next, 147.5 kilos. Greg Barks, I see your comment in the chat there, asking about upcoming athletes and stuff. There is a website that they use to run these shows called Lifting Cast, liftingcast.com. If you check that out, you should be able to find the Pirates of the Platform meet on there, and it should show you the upcoming athletes. But there's Emmett Carlson, a little wobbly at the top there. We'll see what the judges say. Yeah, going to be a miss. 2 reds. Lots of strength, just got to slow it down a little bit and keep control. I'm sure he'll get it on the next one. Maddie McNeil up next, though. She's going to be opening up with 155 kilos, 341.72 pounds. All right, Maddie McNeil. Good strong pull from Maddie there. She looks happy with that. Judges agree, giving her 3 whites. Up next, Courtney Johnston, followed by Cassandra Kassler, then Billy Shipman, Ian Williams, and Nathan Siemens. Courtney's going to be coming out to a provincial and national record attempt in her category, the Women's Raw Masters 40 to 44 class. She's going to be opening up with 172.5 kilos, 380.3 pounds. Nice, good pull from Courtney there. Sweet, on the lights. It's good, 3 whites. Courtney Johnston getting another WRPF record in the books for her meet here today. Gonna have Cassandra Kassler coming up next. Alessandra's going 2.5 kilos heavier than Courtney, putting her at 385.81 pounds for her opener. Good looking pull from Cass there, getting 3 whites from the judges, locking in 175 kilos. Coming up next, Billy Shipman. Billy's coming out 5 kilos heavier than Cass did, putting him at 180 kilos, 397 pounds. Here's Billy's first attempt, 396.8 pounds. Nice, look very strong there. Speedy pull for Billy, and it's good. 3 whites. Ian Williams coming up next, 182.5 kilos. Pushing him just over the 400-pound mark at 402.34 pounds. Speedy pull from Ian there. Making 402 pounds look pretty easy. The judges agree, giving him 3 whites on that one. Up next, Nathan Siemens going to be coming out to a national record attempt here. Competing in the men's multiply junior category, 16 to 17 years old. 192.5 kilos, 424.39 pounds. Nice. Speedy pull for Nathan there. It's good. 3 whites. Another WRPF national record for Nathan there. Locking those in. Good work. Running things back now. Getting ready for the second attempts of Flight B here this morning. Alana Curran coming up next. Alana is going to be coming out to a 7.5 kilo jump, putting her at 187.39 pounds. That was a good pull for Alana Curran there. Up next, Beverly Zaporizan coming into a 7.5 kilo jump for her second attempt, putting her at 264.5 pounds. Nice. Good work, Bev. 3 whites from the judges, locking in 120 kilos. Means we got Malvina coming up next, followed by Trina Hampton and Emmett Carlson. Malvina's coming into a pretty big jump here, 22.5 kilos. Going to be at 130 kilos, 286.6 pounds. Good pull from Malvina there. Judges say it's good, giving her 3 whites. Up next, Trina Hampton. Trina's going to be coming out to 142.5 kilos, 314.16 pounds for her second attempt. Nice, strong, controlled pull for Trina there. Judges agree, giving her 3 whites, locking in 142.5 kilos. Adding 5 kilos now to that number, we're going to have Emmett Carlson coming up next. All right, bars loaded for Emmett. It says 3 whites up there already. Oh, there we go. Got that cleared up, but Emmett Carlson coming to the same weight, 147.5 kilos. Nice. He had that power last time, too. Just cleaned it up a little bit there, a little smoother. And the judges give it to him. 3 whites, locking in that second attempt. Up next, Charles Misa coming into a 15-kilo jump from his opener. That'll put him at 157.5 kilos, 347.23 pounds. Strong pull from Charles there. Judges say it's good, getting 3 whites. All right, good lift for Charles. Up next, Maddie McNeil adding 15 kilos to her opener. Going to put her at 170 kilos, which will be a WRPF Canadian national record for the women's raw junior category, 374.8 pounds. There, and it's good for a national record, 3 whites from the judges. And coming up next, Courtney Johnston, followed by Cassandra Cashler and Billy Shipman. Courtney's coming into a 5-kilo jump from her opener, going to put her at 391.3 pounds, which is also a WRPF Canadian national record attempt. for her category, the Women's Raw Masters Division. Not feeling it on that one for Courtney, unfortunately. She will get another attempt if she wishes to pull. But coming up next, Cassandra Kassler coming into a 17.5 kilo jump for her second attempt. That'll put her at 424.39 pounds. Nice. Good strong pull for Cass there. Locking in 3 white lights. Coming up next, we got Billy Shipman, 197.5 kilos, 435.4 pounds for his second attempt here. Billy Shipman, 197.5 kilos. All right, coming up next, Ian Williams and then Nathan Siemens before we run back for third rounds of deadlifts. Ian's going to be coming out to 200 kilos even, 440.92 pounds. Good strong pull from Ian Williams there. It's good, getting 3 whites. And final athlete for his second attempts, Nathan Siemens. Nathan's had 12.5 kilos from his first attempt, where he already broke the WRPF Canadian national record in the men's multiply junior 16 to 17 category. So he's going to try to add 17.5 kilos to that first attempt. That'll put him at 451.95 pounds. Nice. Good pull for Nathan there. Another WRPF record in the books for him. Very strong athlete. Now let's run it back for the final lifts of the day. Alana Curran coming up for a 7.5 kilo jump, putting her at 203.93 pounds. Alana Curran, 92.5 kilos, 204 pounds. with the growl at the top and everything. Love it. Love to see it. Good work, Alana. Locking that in towards her total here today. Jumping up next for Beverly Zaporzan, coming out to 127.5 kilos, 281.09 pounds. Here's Beverly. Nice, good work. Bev, judges give it to her 3 whites. Walking that in. Malvina's coming up next. Adding 17.5 kilos from her second attempt, putting her at 325.18 pounds. Go. Nice, strong pull from Malvina there. Judges say it's good, getting 2 whites, locking in 325.2 pounds. Coming up next, Trina Hampton going to the 5 kilo jump from her second attempt. That'll put her at 325.18 pounds. Coming out all smiles here. Let's go, Trina. Nice, followed through there, completed the lift. Were the judges happy? They were. 3 whites. Good work, Trina. Up next, Emmett Carlson, followed by Charles Nisa, then Maddie McNeil. Emmett's coming out to 157.5 kilos, 347.23 pounds. Good strong pull from Emmett there. He's happy with it. Were the judges happy? They were. 3 whites. Locking in 157.5 kilos. Good work, Emmett. Charles Nisa coming up next. Charles added 12.5 kilos from his first attempt. That'll put him at 374.8 pounds. Charles Nisa. Good strong pull from Charles there, 170 kilos. Should be good. Yeah, 3 whites. That puts him 9 for 9. Good work, Charles. Maddie McNeil's up next. If she successfully gets this one, Maddie will also be 9 for 9. She did set the WRPF deadlift record in her category on the second attempt at 170 kilos. Felt so good that she decided to add 12.5 kilos to that attempt to smash her record and make it 402.34 pounds. Maddie McNeil coming in, a junior athlete as well, 21 years old. Just smashing records. Let's go, Maddie. Let's go, Maddie. Finish it. No, it's going to be a miss, unfortunately. I don't know what she missed on there. I think when she was about 3/4 of the way up, they think she might have hitched it. There's a bit of a wobble there. Maybe that's what she missed it on, unfortunately, but it looked good. Still going 8 for 9 on the day. Still set multiple records. Good day for Maddie nonetheless. Then coming up next, Cassandra Kassler. She's coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump from her opener, second attempt, sorry. Gonna put her at 451.95 pounds. Nice, good pull from Cassandra there. Little lightheaded after that one. Gonna be a miss there, unfortunately. 2 reds. Gonna be a no lift for Cassandra. Unfortunately, Ian Williams is up next, though. Ian's going with a 12.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 212.5 kilos, 468.48 pounds. Control. Gonna miss that one. Ian had a good day nonetheless, though. Able to lock in 200 kilos on that second attempt. Up next, Billy Shipman, followed by Nathan Siemens. That'll round out the day. Billy's gonna be coming out to a 17.5 kilo jump here. That'll put him at 474 pounds for his last lift of the day. Also, for those at home, we do have a kids-only deadlift event coming up after this. So although the main athletes are done, there will be a little kids deadlift event. So stay tuned if you're interested in that. Should be adorbs. Will be a good day. Nice, let's go, Billy. Oh, so close, Billy. Great effort, though, man. Good effort from Billy. Going 8 for 9 on the day. So good work, Billy. Come up next, the national record breaker here today, Nathan Siemens, breaking records on almost every lift here with the WRPF. Nathan's coming into a national record attempt for the men's multi-ply junior 16 to 17 years old category, 485.02 pounds. I don't know if he got it, though. It looked like a soft lockout. We'll see. It's good. Yeah, it's good. 2 whites. National record with the WRPF locked in. And that's gonna wrap things up here for the Power to the Platform 2025 with regards to the adult and kid teen athletes. But we are moving down now to the kids deadlift event. Always love this one. Will be super cute, super fun. Stay tuned, and we'll be firing that up here shortly. Thank you. right, little change of plans. They're going to do the kids' deadlift at 2 p.m. Because that was what was originally planned. They were going to kind of jump ahead and get them done a little earlier, but some of the kids aren't here yet because they thought it was 2, so they will be going ahead. They'll be going ahead and doing the award ceremony here now for the athletes. getting started with the awards here now. Women's first place 60 kgs going to Kiana. All right, next up, first place women's junior 20 to 23, 67.5 kg, Carly Gelly and Courtney Johnson taking home first place in the women's Raw Masters 40 to 44. And the tested Masters women's Raw 50 to 54, Tammy Glass. In women's raw category, 67.5, Amy Detmers. And second place in the women's raw open. Sorry about that, got that mixed up. The women's Raw Open, first place, Madison Iverson. Second place in that category is Tammy Glass. And in the 110 kg junior category, taking first place there, Maddie McNeil with a 435 kilo total. For the women's Raw Masters 40 to 44, 67.5 kg category, Orly Bolt taking home first place there, 277.5 kilo total. And for the women's Raw Open 82.5 kg, first place, Paige O'Lonner. Sub-master category for the women's Raw 75 kilo, Christine Nikolic with a 332.5 kilo total. And the women's Raw Submaster 35 to 39, 82.5 kg category, first place is Melissa Lawler, second place, Alana Curran. Women's Raw Junior 16 to 17 bench only, Haley Mazubert with a 55 kilo bench. And the women's Raw Masters 40 to 44 bench only, 82.5 kilo class, Courtney Johnson with an 80 kilo bench. Women's Raw Masters 60 to 64 bench only, 110, Beverly Zaporizan coming up with a 72.5 kilo bench. And for the bench only women's 90 kg class, Malvina with a 72.5 kilo bench as well. Women's Raw Masters 45 to 49, push-pull 110 category, Trina Hampton with a 205 kilo push-pull total. masters, 60 to 64. Yeah, women's raw master, 60 to 64, push-pull 110, Beverly. And the women's raw masters, 40 to 44, push-pull, 67.5 kilo class. Taking home first place in that, Crystal Olive with 142.5 kilo total. And for the women's raw master, 40 to 44, push-pull, 90 kilo class, Malvina. For that 220 push-pull total. And next class up, women's raw masters, 40 to 44 deadlift only. Courtney Johnson, 172.5 kilo deadlift. Masters 60 to 64 deadlift only class, 110. Beverly Zaporizan with 127.5 kilo deadlift. And with the women's raw junior category with reps, Haley Mazubert taking home first place with a 300 kilo total. Next up, women's raw with reps masters, 55 to 59, 75 kg class. First place, Karana Keegan, 270 kilo total. And for the women's raw with reps, open on 100 kilo, Cassandra Kassler with a 465 kilo total. Nathan Siemens broke a lot of records here today. Great day for Nathan with a 555.5 kilo total. 16 years old. And next up for the men's raw junior 16 to 1700 kilo class, Emmett Carlson with a 370 kilo total. Flexing on him. Good work, Evan. And the next class, men's raw junior class, 20 to 23 years old, 100 kilos. Second place, Ian Williams. And taking home first place in that category, Billy Shipman. Billy had a 550 kilo total. Ian had a 450 kilo total. And for the men's raw push-pull class, 52 kilo. All right, pardon me. That was Cooper Joy taking home the win for the 67.5 kilo junior 13 to 15 category. And next up, men's raw with wraps junior 20 to 23 and 2.5 kilo category, Charles Nisa with a 400 kilo total. And our guest lifter competing today, only 12 years old, in our push-pull category. He's coming. He was just by the front door there. Jax Borland taking home the first place award. And your overall female untested winner is going to be Paige Summers, the female overall tested, taking on the win there. They're just loading Amy up with awards here, trying to see how many she can hold. Alright, good work, Amy. And that wraps it up. Oh, sorry. Female overall masters going to Courtney. Female junior overall goes to Maddie McNeil. Alright, that's going to wrap things up until the kids deadlift portion starts. Stick around, we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the kids deadlift portion of the 2025 Pirates of the Platform. And coming up first, we got Mr. Jace Seward coming into 45 pounds on the bar. Let's make some noise for Jace Seward. JC, sorry, it's a she, not a he. My apologies. Nice. JC looking very strong. Good work. And we have Bo coming up next. 45 pounds as well. All right, let's go, Bo. Nice. Good job, buddy. All right, coming up next, we got Lyndon Lewis coming into 45 pounds as well. All right, let's go, Lyndon. Big pull. Good job, buddy. Good pull from Lyndon, leaving his coach hanging in the wind. All right, coming up next, we got Kinley. Kinley's coming out to 45. Kinley's coming out to 45 pounds as well. Nice, good, strong pull there from Kinley. Good work. Coming up next, we got Riley Lawler coming out to 45 pounds as well. All right, Riley. Nice. Very strong pull there from Riley. Good work. And we're going to be bumping up the weight now to 60 pounds for Theo. Theo will be coming out to 60 pounds. Coming up next is Theo. Theo's coming out to 60 pounds. Let's make some noise for Theo. Let's go, buddy. 60 pounds. Nice. Look at the form and the technique on that young man. It's a world record holder in the future there. Coming up next, we got Bailey. Bailey's going to be coming out to 65 pounds. Let's make some noise for Bailey. Speedy pull. Good job. Good job, Bailey. Coming up next, Sophie Lewis. Sophie's coming out to 75. 10-pound jump for Sophie Lewis. All right, Sophie Lewis stepping up to the plate, 75 pounds. All right, let's go, Sophie. Nice, good pull. All right, coming up next, we got Baylor Gunderson, 75 pounds as well, same weight on the bar. Nice. Very strong pull there for Baylor. Coming up next, we got Ryder Stock. Ryder's coming out to 75 pounds as well. Yeah, Ryder stock, 75 pounds. You can do it. Let's make some noise for Ryder. Big pull here. Nice. Good work, buddy. And coming up next, Bentley Morgan. Bentley's coming out to a 5-pound jump to 80 kilos. Nice. Good job, Bentley. All right, coming up next, we got Clark Olive. Clark Olive coming out to 115 pounds. All right, bar is loaded for Clark Olive. Let's make some noise. The first 100-plus deadlift of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, Clark. Nice. Very strong pull. Good work, buddy. And coming up next, we got Cassidy. Cassidy's coming out to a 15-pound jump over that, opening up with 130 pounds. All right, bar is ready for Cassidy, 130 pounds. Let's make some noise. Nice. Good work. All right, coming up next, we got Ozzy Morgan, 5-pound jump. Disregard, Ozzy couldn't make it today. Next up, I might say this wrong, Ranin. R-A-N-I-N, Ranin. The middle and silent? All right, Rain it is. Coming out to 145 pounds. Well, he will be coming out to 145 pounds eventually. All right, bars loaded, Rain. Let's go, buddy. 145 pounds. Let's make some noise for this young man. You can do it, buddy. Woo! Good work. Good pull from Rain. And coming up next, we got Ella. Ella's coming out to 155 pounds. All right, here's Ella, 155 pounds, loaded up on the bar. Nice. Great pull there from Ella. Good work. I'm going to be adding 5 pounds to the bar now for the next athlete, Logan Hampton. Logan's coming out to 160 pounds. All right, bars loaded for Logan, 160 pounds. All right, let's make some noise for Logan. Let's go, buddy. Nice. Good pull. Good work, Logan. And the last athlete for the kids class here this morning, going to be, I might say this wrong, Amon. Amon's going to be coming out to 185 pounds. This is a hefty pull. All right, Amon, let's make some noise. Biggest deadlift of the day so far. You can do it, buddy. Nice. Not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous. Good work, buddy. Is there another list of... Is CJ in the building? Oh, for you. Yeah, I don't have the numbers. CJ. Thank you. All right, next athlete up is going to be Lyndon. Lyndon's coming out to 50 pounds on the bar. All right, here's Lyndon, ladies and gentlemen, 50 pounds on the bar. Let's make some noise. Nice. Atta boy. Good pull there from Lyndon. Oh, he almost left her hanging again. Love it. All right, next up we got Bo. Bo's going to be coming out to 50 pounds as well here. Wasting no time on that one. Just straight to business for Bo. Good work. Yeah. All right, coming up next, we got JC. Same weight on the bar, 50 pounds for JC. Nice. Good work, JC. All right, we're going to be adding 5 pounds to the bar here for our next athlete, Kinley. All right, bars loaded for Kinley here, 55 pounds on the bar. Nice, speedy pull there for Kinley. All right, jumping up to 80 pounds now. We're going to have Theo coming up next. All right, bar is loaded for Theo. Theo's coming out to 80 pounds. Big lift, young man. Let's make some noise for Theo. Nice. Good job, Theo. Beautiful pull, buddy. All right, adding 5 pounds to the bar. We got Bailey coming up next. All right, bar is loaded for Bailey. Nice. Strong pull. Good work, Bailey. All right, that means we got Sophie coming up next with the same weight on the bar, 85 pounds. All right, let's make some noise for Sophie here, 85 pounds on the bar. Let's go, Sophie. Nice. Good work, Sophie. All right, coming up next, we got Ryder. Ryder's coming out to 90 pounds. 5 more pounds added to the bar. Never mind. Nice. You could have added 20 pounds to that bar. He still would have ran with it. Good job, Ryder. Coming up next, we got Bentley. 90 pounds for Bentley. You're welcome. Wow, strong. Strong pull there. Good work. All right, 95 pounds on the bar. Now we got Riley coming up next. All right, let's go, Riley. Big pull. Nice. Good job, Riley. Pulling 95 pounds. That's unreal. Good work, Riley. All right, coming up next, Baylor. Baylor's coming out to the same weight, 95 pounds. Nice. Easy money for Baylor. 95 pounds, done and done. All right, big jump up now. We're going to go up to 155 pounds. We're going to have Cassidy coming up next. Wow, good work, Cassidy. 155 pounds, looking easy. All right, another 155-pound pull coming up here. Clark is up next. Let's go, Clark. Big pull. Nice. It's 155 pounds. That's impressive. A little intimidated, I'm not going to lie. All right, next up, we got Rain coming back out, 165 pounds, 10 pounds heavier. All right, bars ready for Rain. Let's go. Let's make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's Rannon. Nice. Good work. I think I heard Amy say his name is Rannon. I was saying Rain. It is Rannon. My apologies, Rannon. Ranman. Sorry, bro. All right, coming up next, we got Ella. Ella's coming out to 175 pounds. Good pull from Ella. Great work. And coming up next, add 10 pounds to the bar for Logan. Logan's going to be coming out to 185 pounds. All right, let's go, Logan. 185 pounds on the bar. This is a healthy pull. I like how he slaps the bar when he grabs it, too. Nice. Good pull, Logan. Attaboy. And last athlete here for the second attempt is going to be Amon. He's coming out to 205 pounds. I'll say that again. 205 pounds. This is where you guys go, woo! Yeah, there we go. All right, Amon, 205 pounds. You can do it, buddy. Amon, this is a big pull. You can do it, buddy. Let's make some noise for Amon. This is a big pull, ladies and gentlemen. Wow! Keep going! Attaboy! Woo-wee! Hot dog! That was unreal. Good work. All right, going to be running it back now. Breaking the bar back down. Just waiting for the updated list of athletes here. I don't have a list though. up, we got Lyndon. Nice. Good work, buddy. 50 pounds. Alright, gonna be going up to 55 pounds here now. We got Bo. Alright, let's go, Bo. Nice, good pull, Bo. Alright, coming up next at 60 pounds on the bar, we got JC. Nice, good pull, JC. Gonna be adding another 5 pounds to the bar here for Kinley, going up to 65 pounds. For the people in the audience, what subject does a pirate enjoy the most in school? Argh. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Yeah, I had a good run. Alright, I think this is Kinley coming up next. 65 pounds on the bar for Kinley. Nice, good work, Kinley. All right, jumping up to a cool 100 pounds. We got Theo coming up next. What are the only notes of the high? Yeah, you're welcome. Success. All right, looks like the bar is loaded for Theo, coming out to 100 pounds. All right, let's go, Theo. 100 pounds. Let's go, big man. Let's go. Good work, buddy. Wow. Nice. He hurt Mackenzie's hand. He gave him such a hard high five. Can we get a medic for Mackenzie? Hurt his hand. All right, we got Sophie coming up next with another 100-pound deadlift here. Oh, let's go. Good work, Sophie. Good job. Very strong. And next up, we got Bailey. Bailey's coming out to 100 pounds here as well. Nice. Good work, Bailey. Good job. All right, next athlete coming up is Bentley. Bentley's coming out to 100 pounds as well. Nice. Good pull from Bentley. All right, let's add 5 pounds to that bar and call out Riley. Riley for 105 pounds on the bar for Riley. Nice. Good job, Riley. 105 pounds. All right. Coming up next with another 105-pound deadlift, we got Ryder. All right, let's go, Ryder. 105 pounds. You can do it. Nice. Good job, buddy. Good pull. All right, jumping up next, go to 110 pounds. We're going to have Baylor. All right, Baylor, 110 pounds. Let's get a big pull here. Nice. Good job. All right, going to be jumping up to 175 pounds next for Clark. Hey, Brittany, do you happen to know what a pirate's favorite character is from Star Wars? The R2D2. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. I do accept tips. Thank you. All right, we got Clark coming out to 175 pounds. Let's go, Clark. Let's go, Clark. Attaboy. Good pull. Got Cassidy coming up next. Cassidy's going to be coming out to the same weight, 175 pounds. Nice. Good work, Cassidy. Going to be jumping up weight now to 180 pounds for Rannon, the Ran man himself. Because now I know how to say his name. Let's go, Ran man. All right, let's make some noise for Rannon. Let's go, buddy. Let's get a big pull here. 180 pounds. Let's go. Attaboy. Finish. Yeah, Ran man. Attaboy. Good job, buddy. All right, jumping up to 200 pounds now. We're going to have Logan coming up next. All right, next athlete, Logan, coming up to 200 pounds. Logan. Yeah, same. Logan and Ella are both doing 200 pounds, so. All right, Logan it is. 200 pounds. Let's get behind him, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, Logan. Big pull, buddy. Attaboy. Good work. Good job. All right, keeping 200 pounds on the bar. We got Ella coming up next. Let's go, Ella. Nice. Good job. All right, one more athlete left. We got Amon coming out to 215 pounds here. Going to get the bar loaded up. Hey, Jenny, do you know how much a pirate costs to pierce an ear? A buccaneer.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, now it's Amon's turn.
What do you call a magician that's lost his magic?
What?
Ian.
All right, let's go, Bamon. Let's go. You can do it. Attaboy. Oh, man. Wow. Unreal. Great, great lift.
Do you want to just call them and we'll you can call them all out and I'll just give them.
Just in that order?
Well, yeah, just have them all come out and then we don't have.
Oh, you're not going to do one by one? You just call them all?
Yeah, let's call them out. They'll be more.
They'll be
special.
yeah, special. Yeah. All right, congratulations to all the young athletes here today. That was super fun. We're going to be doing awards here next, so if you can still hear me in the back, can we get the kids just standing in the back there, and we'll call y'all up for your awards here. All right, sounds like they're just taking a picture in the back there, so they'll be out here shortly. Hey, Brittany. Quick question for you. Do you happen to know how much the pirate had to pay for his peg leg and his hook? An arm and a leg. Ah! All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the awards here for our young pirates. First out, let's call out Lyndon. Come get your award. Lyndon.
Best platform guy I know, right there.
Lyndon.
Best mathematician I know, right there.
I was like, I'm so sorry, children.
All right, let's make some noise for Lyndon, ladies and gentlemen. Good job, buddy. He's looking for something to lift. Good job, Lyndon. All right, next kid up, let's get Bo, front and center, Bo.
Bo, Bo, Bo!
Go, Bo, go.
Go, Bo, go, Bo! Way to go, Bo!
All right, good job, Bo. All right, let's get JC up here next. JC. Good work today, JC. All right, after JC, we got Kinley. Good work, Kinley. All right, up next we got Theo. Theo. Good work, buddy. All right, coming up next we got Bailey.
Way to go, Theo!
All right, next up we got Sophie.
I'm fucking coached like I am dying.
Who was that? I lost my place. Was that Sophie?
I have no idea.
That was Sophie, right?
Lewis, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, next up we got Ryder. Good job, Ryder. All right, next up we got Bentley. All right, next up we got Riley. Riley up next. All right, next up we got Baylor. Baylor. Good work, Baylor. All right, next up we got Cassidy. Good work, Cassidy. All right, next up we got Clark.
Way to go, Cassidy!
Next up, we got Rannon. Rannon, the Rand Man.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, next up, we got Ella. Good work, Ella. Next up, we got Logan.
Way to go, Logan.
Look at those pythons. Attaboy, Logan. And last but definitely not least, we got Amon with a 205-pound deadlift. 215-pound deadlift.
Yeah.
Unreal. Good job, Amon. All right, and then as you guys are on the road, just one more question for you. What gym do pirates love the most? Gold's Gym. Thank you, thank you. Rather die a hero or live long enough to be a villain, I guess. But that'll be it. We're all done here for the day. We'll be back here again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for day 2 of Pirates of the Platform. Thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you for all the volunteers. And then one more shout out to the sponsors. As you guys are walking out the door there, Logic Lumber, Lethbridge Supplies and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada Lethbridge, Homefield Ford, Zone Canada, Power Fuels Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services.